Hello. So, you may be wondering, Troy, in these early hours of 4 o'clock, how come you're streaming right now? Are you gonna play a game? Are you gonna play some Monster Hunter? Are you gonna play some PvZ Garden Warfare 2 or some 7 Days to Die? And that's a great question. Um, and my answer to that is we will be playing a game today, and that is the game of education. Um, you see, I am no longer in my former glory. Uh, I have what they call fallen off. In the past, I used to study many hours, many hours. I loved it. I loved the game. But now there's just no love. There's no passion. There's no motivation. I I have an exam coming up, and no matter how much I try, I procrastinate. I've been procrastinating for a week. I remember yesterday, I told myself, okay, before Garden Warfare 2, I'm gonna study 5 hours, 12 to 5 o'clock. What did I do? I woke up at 3 p.m. and I studied for 5 minutes in that day. 5 minutes, doom scroll, and then that was the rest is history. That was that day. I'm about 3 chapters behind, and I remember I was the other night I was grieving. I was grieving. I was crying out to the heavens, and I was saying, "How do I return to my former glory? What should I do in this situation?" And then it responded to me. It said, "Do a study stream." Yeah, do a study stream because it will give you the illusion that someone's watching and you're playing a game and you're having fun. So I woke up today at 3 o'clock, about 30 minutes ago, and doom scrolled, and then I was like, I remembered my mission. Today I will study for at least 4 hours until 8 o'clock and then game. And that's what I'm gonna do today. I had my lunch, some cereal, I have my chocolate flakes, and you will see me throughout the duration of the stream going in and out of the fridge because for some reason I can't study without eating. But it is mathematical analysis. I'll just be quiet and make a few comments and just be thinking out loud. But today is the day. Today is the day where we we bring back who I once was. Okay? Okay. I got the one note here and the notes my methodology of my revision for this exam is just go through the entire lecture notes. I maybe by the end of of today I can finish real numbers and that'll be fantastic. And do a few practice questions. There's 4 chapters in this module. You got real numbers, uh, sequences and convergence, summation of series, and continuous functions. I've done continuous functions, but that should have only taken like 5 days, and it took me 10 days. So I gotta I gotta do real numbers, and you know that's why if today I can do all of these in one go, that would be great. And you know what? I remember doing the first few pages the other day. I was like, man, this is easier than I remember. It's not easy, but it's easier than I remember because I just did continuous functions, and now that's way harder. So you know what? I'm relatively excited for this study session. Hopefully I'm actually going to understand what I'm reading because analysis, that's how it goes. Um, but yes, enough waffling. Let's flip and do this. Wait, I'm gonna get stream chat up. Um, hold on. The sky's grey, cloudy, no daylight. This is a perfect time to study, don't you think? I've wasted all that on just gaming and playing Uma Musume, which I love, but you know, there's a time for everything. Right. Okay. Serious mode. Just have some milk. Alright. Step one. Where's my pen? Oh, here. There's a bit of a delay on the OneNote, so mm, so you might see me write things like 5 minutes later, but I'll just have it here just for fun. Like I think I gotta click it so it updates, which sucks. Okay, so last time I studied, I didn't even finish lecture two. I got halfway and I was like, yeah, I'm bored. Conflicting changes. Click here to show versions of unmerged changes. Yeah, thank you very much, OneNote. OneNote kind of sucks, but I already started using it, so I can't really change it. So I got to least upper bounds. Okay, log in. 1.3, least upper bounds. In order to answer the question in Ray 6, does it have an upper bound? It's lower bound by 1. Well, I know the answer to that is no. So definition 1, a real number L is the least upper bound for the set S. If L is an upper bound for S, and if for any upper bound L of S, then we have L is less than. Yeah, one can similarly. Okay, that makes sense. So that's the supremum. Least upper bound for set S. Else this L, blah 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 blah. I'm gonna write it down just because I like to be, rigorous with my notes. You never know, I might need it again in the future. Um, Alright, this is bothering me. Click here. Okay, I'm gonna ignore that and just write. So, yeah, I just like to be rigorous, so I'm gonna write it all out, well, in my own words. So, I'm just gonna write sup L equals sup S if for all upper bounds L we have for all bounds L we have L is less than or equal to L, and M equals M S if all lower bounds M we have M is greater or equal to M. Okay. Any set of real numbers can have at least one upper bound. When I read a lemma, I try to prove it in my head before actually reading the next part. So how do I prove this? Do I do it by assumption? Proof by contradiction? So say if you have a set of real numbers and it doesn't have an upper bound, then that set of real numbers goes to infinity. Fantastic. Yeah, I don't know. I want to see this. Suppose a set S of real numbers have at least two upper bounds, L1, L2. L1 is least upper bound for S, so it must be an upper bound for S. L2 is the least upper bound for S. Oh, two least upper bounds. Then we must have. Implies that L1 equals L2. Oh, I thought this was just upper bound, and then I didn't know this was the supremum. Okay, I'm gonna write out this lemma just for fun, just as a warm up. Lemma. I'll write it in red. Oh, it's actually updating. Nice. Lemma 1.7. Set of real numbers has only one supremum. Yeah, so it's a contradiction. So, proof. Suppose S has two superrims, L1 and L2. L1 equals sub S, which implies L1 is less than or equal to L2, and L2 equals sub S also. So L2 is less than or equal to L1. This all implies that L2 equals L1. So suprema are unique. It's probably the most easy proof I've ever seen, and I still didn't get it. Okay. Lecture 3. Completeness axiom. Let's go. We love the completeness axiom. Oops. So lecture 3. So usually I just call this the least upper bound axiom, or the LUBA. I'm just going to put LUBA. States that if any set has an upper bound, it must have a supermem. Yeah, any set of reals bounded above has a supermem. This is the same as that bounded below has the greatest lower bound. Remark 1.4. Where's remark 1.4? I love it when I can find remark 1.4. Okay, let's read this lemma. Let L be a real number and S be some non-empty set, subset of the reals, then supermem of S. L equals supermem of S if and only L is an upper bound for S for all. If L is an upper bound for S for every T less than L. For every T less than L, there exists some S and S such that T is less than S. I hate that. There's such such a roundabout way of saying that, but there's a proof after. Okay, let's write out this lemma. But I think this is the key of understanding the intuition behind all the questions, because there's always this weird T thing behind the element of the sets. So L and S is a subset of the reals, and L equals sub S. If and only if L is greater than S for S and S. And for every T less than L, there exists some S and S such that, I'm not going to read it, such that S is bigger than T. Okay, yeah, S is bigger than T. So L is a supermem if it is an upper bound and there exists some T such that for all S and S, there is an S that is bigger than T. So if I'm looking at like a number line, we have set S here, then L is an upper bound, but L is the supermem if there exists some T less than L, such that there's an S between T and L. Okay. Proof. I'm not going to do this in my head. Let L be an upper bound for set S. It suffices to show that the following statements are equivalent. For any upper bound L of S, we have L is less than L. For any T is less than L, there exists some S is less than S. So we want to show that 1 implies 2 and 2 implies 1. And they're both by contradiction. Okay, that's as much information I'm going to try and gather. I'll try and do it by myself. So, proof suffices to show 1 L is less than L. For all upper bounds for L, wait, how does it write? For all upper bounds L of S, L is less than or equal to L, and 2 for all T less than L exists an S of S where such that T is less than S. Then 1 implies 2 and 2 implies 1. Okay, so let's do 1 implies 2 first. And I saw we do it by contradiction. So assume there exists an upper bound L which is greater than S for all S and S. And let's assume that if lowercase L is a supermem and L is greater than greater or equal than is greater than capital L. No, I did that wrong. It's like if you have no, I'm absolutely wrong. So L is a supermem, lowercase L is a supermem. So for upper bound L of S, then L lowercase L is less than or equal to uppercase L, and this would imply that for all T less than L exists such that T is greater than S. But if T is greater than S, that would make T also an upper bound. But we know that we have stated that T is less than L, so L cannot be the supermem, which implies a contradiction. So then 1 does imply 2. Okay, and then for 2 implying 1, for all T less than L, where L is this, for all T less than L, there exists an S such that, okay, I'm going to draw a number line. For all T less than L, there exists an S and S such that S is in between, such that S is bigger than T. I'll just put S here. This implies that for all upper bounds L of S, L is greater than L. Lowercase L is greater than uppercase L. So this would mean, are we already claiming that L is the supermem? L is an upper bound of S, and suppose that contradiction. Such that L is less than S. S. L is smaller than S. Contribute to that. Wait, so they suppose something about number one. Apply, then they apply to? Applying to does this mean that exists on S such that L. T is less than L. Okay, so it's like you're replacing T with capital L, so it exists on L. Okay, I think I understand it. I'll try writing it out. So 1 implying 2. L is the supermem. Assume that all T less than L exists on S such that T is greater than S. This implies T is an upper bound less than L. So L cannot, it's not equal to sup. This contradiction. Suppose well, L of this L is greater than L. Applying to there exists an SNS such that L is less than S. So if you have an if relation, it has to go both ways. So basically the main strategy here is you look at the first half and then the second half you split that in two and then you try and prove it both ways. Ethan. Loki thought bro was studying for 7 days to die tricks. Like, I'm not that serious. I feel like even if I learned, I'd still be horrible at the game. I was watching some videos last night of like day 7,000 though. Looks pretty wild. Okay, remark 1.9. Oh wait, lemma is a formal. A least upper bound of some non-empty S in some set is the best upper bound of S. Okay, I don't exactly know what that means. Maybe has L goes if and only if there exists some epsilon greater than 0. If for every epsilon group there exists some S such that oh, this is where it comes from. Oh, okay. I'm gonna put that in red because I absolutely this is so useful. Like this is in every single question. This thing. So, L equals sub s if for all epsilon greater than 0 there exists, if all epsilon, I'm not going to read it, there exists uh, an s and s such that L minus epsilon is less than S less than or equal to L. Yes. Okay. So I want to remember that. This is basically saying that you can make any kind of infinitely small distance between your superroom and something less than your superroom. And you can find something in the element, an element of your set S, which is between that, because L is the superroom. Implies that if M equals inf S, if and only if the low bound for S, if M is in the low bound for S, then for any T one can find such that. For any T greater than M. Where is remark 1.4? Because they mentioned it again. Where did I miss it? Remark 1.4 doesn't exist. Rage bait. Remark 1.4, remark 1.4. Yeah. Because it just skips the remark 1.9. I'm dumb. I'll just use a trick from. I want to see this. Remark 1.4. Remark 1.4. Oh, here. Oh, yeah, I've written that. Oh, right. So I'm just gonna put this in. M equals inf if M is low bound S and for T greater than M there exists an S and S such that M is less than or equal to S. Why is it? Oh, I thought that was T dash. That was confusing me. Okay, what time is it? It's been studying for a good 20 minutes. Nice. Okay, example. Love that. An Archimedean principle. Then that. Rationals and irrationals. Triangle quality. I think I can definitely bang this whole chapter out today. That'd be fantastic. And then do some practice questions. I can't believe this whole chapter took like 3 weeks, bro. And I still don't understand it. Let's just keep going. Example 1.10. The thing is, I haven't practiced any example questions. I'm just understanding these so far, but my questions, my actual ability in solving questions might be bad. Let A lesson B equals sub. What is that? Sub brackets A. B. Oh, that's just a set equals sub B sub equals B infix A. Prove that by definition T is outbound. Suppose T is and T is That's my dry. Suppose T is in the set of R satisfies T is less than B. If T is less than or equal to A, then we are done, because T is less than or equal to the average. T is less than A plus B over 2, and A plus is a set. Yeah. On the other hand, okay, that makes sense. On the other hand, if T is greater than A and less than B, consider element B plus T divided by 2, we have set A of B. Yeah. If it exists, may not lie in the set itself. Okay, so what he did here is he just made up this T. If it's less than A less than B, then those T's are what's the intuition behind this? T is less than B and less than A, so then obviously, I mean, what if T is within the set? So any element in the set, you can find an element between that element. You can find an element between T and B, which is part of the set too. So then he just considers something that's not in the set and considers something that is in the set. What is the point of considering something not in the set? I'm just going to look this up. I don't want to gloss over things. Yeah, AI has been pretty good for analysis. Why consider a T outside of the set AB? Contradiction. Where does it say that T is supposed to be an upper bound? Is this just saying that if T is less than or equal to A, but if so you consider two cases, T is less than or equal to A and T is greater than A. And if T is an upper bound, then this can't be true because you can always find something bigger than T, but within the set. And here you have something bigger than T, which is the average, which is within the set. So then B has to be a supernorm. Okay, I think I get that, but I feel like here is just like, you're just supposing, it should say like, suppose T is an upper bound. And I can't really gain that from just reading this. So it might just me being stupid, or I don't know. Let's write that out. A is less than B, A, B, real numbers. So A is less than B. Sup A, B equals sup A, B closed, sup closed, B equals sup B equals B. So then, to prove this, suppose T and R is an upper bound. If T is less than B, oh wait, let's say by definition, B is an upper bound. Suppose T and R is also an upper bound. If T is less than B and T, then B equal T. Right. If T is less than B and T is less than or equal to A, we know that A plus B over 2 is greater than T. And right, I'll do it this way. T less than A plus B over 2, which is part of the set S. So contradiction B equals sup S if T is less than B and no, if A is less than T is less than B, then T plus B, T is less than T plus B over 2 is an S. So contradiction B equals sub S. So they cannot be an element. There cannot be an upper bound less than B. Which means B is a supernorm. We considered both cases where T is less than A and T is within the set itself. I'm just gonna write supernorm may not lie in the set. I had this wrong idea that if you have a supernorm, it must be in the set. I don't know where I got that from. I was like probably doing a question and one of the answers said something like that, but I guess it's not true in general. Just gonna get my laundry. Alright. Wow. Analysis really takes out the energy off your brain. Like, I can do any other subject and I'll be decently fine, but I just feel so tired whenever I do analysis. I've got some flakes I'm gonna eat for energy. Oh, flip. I already feel the fatigue, and I'm not gonna let up. I have goals to meet. I used to eat this every day as a child. I'm gonna get a drink. You know, maybe some music would help. I was gonna listen. I would want to listen to some kind of Harakawa. Uh, this lady here, Hanazawa. I've been listening to her a lot lately, but I just remembered when I used to study a lot, I would listen to Masakatsu Takagi and his Marginalia, and he just has hundreds of these. Yes, he is the author of the Wolf Children soundtrack, which is how I found him. But yeah, his whole discography is just these albums. Marginalia. I just burn through these every time I'd study. So I think what I'll do is I'll put these back on and maybe it would bring my focus up. Yeah, 2021. I remember when this came out. It's truly just serene music. I'll turn it up. I might get like an orbital strike from Japan, but it's alright. I just hope it won't echo for you guys. Let me just check the stream if it sounds alright. Hope it won't. Sounds fantastic. This doesn't just sound amazing. It's the right decision to turn it on. Alright. Number 2. Let S. Let S be set of 1 over n. Such that is an actual number. We claimed that so S equals 1. Indeed, 1 is an upper bound for S. For any t less than 1, if that t is in S, applying the lemma 1.8 gives the cycle, which is at least upper bound of some set S subset. Best upper bound for S. Okay, I don't know what it can say mean by best. Makes it so such that T. So there's an S in between T. Oh, okay, I see. Because of the T less than L. One is in the set, so then you have an S between 1 and T. Inf S, you kind of just inf S. Well, you could say we know that this goes down to 0. It doesn't actually reach 0, but you could say you know, -1 is indeed the increment of minus S, because wait, I don't know. If we have 1 is greater than or equal to S, -1 is less than or equal to minus S.
Do you know what you want for Christmas?
A cute toy.
No, I just want my family back. That's what I want for Christmas.
I hate Spotify ads. Someone give me premium, please. Okay. I forgot the trick. So you take the negative. Take the negative. Then you trick is somewhere here. Completely forgot. So we know minus S is bounded below. So what I want to say is, if S is bounded below, then it has an infinite. I'm telling you that as n goes to infinity, we just assume that 0, claim that the 0. That indeed there exists T, which is there exists an S, which is between T and 0. So anything greater than 0 will be part of the set. So 0 must be Okay, so you just claim, I guess. Let me just check that. So they actually use Archimedean principle, but I will not use that here yet because we haven't reached there. So S equals a certain claim certain this indeed if T is less than 1, then T wait, 1 in the set. Then so if there's an upper bound which is part of the set, then it has to be the So you're supposing T is an upper bound here. Of any claim x equals 0, indeed, if lower bound does the lower bound m equals 0? Then m is part of the set. Archimedean pairs, so if there's a natural by a natural number, I forgot what Archimedean property is. Get to Archimedean property soon. 4 looks tough. S equals n plus 1. So this looks like 1/2, 2/3, 3/4, 4/5, and just get smaller. Oh, this gets larger. So that's 0.5, 0.66, 0.75. So you would say the infimum, you'd claim the infimum to be 1/2, right? So claim inf s equals 1/2 if and suppose upper bound t and lower bound t is greater than 1/2. With 1/2 in S, then you could just say there exists this and this, which that.
Do you belong here? Troubleshooting an engine in a military workshop? What's your gut saying?
Let's just see what AI does. Because this doesn't feel right.
Want to turn the volume down?
I see what to do. So you just find something in between. So if you make a claim, infest is 1/2. Then you say, indeed, if there is a low bound t greater than 1/2. Right. How does it work? Well, just say, you don't have to say it's a low bound, that's why. If t is greater than 1/2, then exists an s in S such that S is less than t. E dot G. I see, I think I understand it. So you claim that there's a t greater than 1/2, then exists an s and that's such that s is less than t. So then you take the set s and you just replace it with t. And then you'd have to say, oh, but this is greater than t. I mean, no, this is less than t. This is an element of s, less than t, so t cannot be an upper bound. Lower bound, sorry. And then, let me try that. The Superman. Claim. So the Superman would be like 1, I guess. No, wait, so this is 1/2. about 1. I'm spamming in D with both. I like to get a pattern. So now, if we say we have a signal that you want to find something, you would say claim there's an octave T, or just some number T, less than S, but is an octave. So T is less than S, then it exists in S and S, such that S1 is T is the same as S, so S is greater than T, E dot D. Here you would use Archimedean property, okay? Okay. T is just a random real number. You just have a look at Archimedean property. It's just a natural number n greater than r. So T is a real number here, and element of S. Let me just do some rough work. So this is just a real number, and this is a natural. So I guess you want to reach Archimedean property here. Let's see what. Plus 1.
Do you belong here? Trouble shooting an engine in a military workshop? What's your gut saying? Want to turn the volume down? Or stay here and get paid to learn a trade with an army apprenticeship that'll set you right for life. Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search army jobs.
Right. I think I get that. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna take a quick bathroom break. Hello? Hello. Hello. Okay, we're back. We're back. Okay. So, spend some time on this question. Let's just try and do that again, but from scratch. Prove that this is the infimum. So, if you do that, you claim that the infimum is a low bound.
I'll let you in on a little secret. There isn't much in life that cooking can't fix.
So, if you wanna, you claim that that 1/2 is lower bound, and then you say indeed it is, but it is also the infimum because find any real number t which is greater than 1/2. You could say then you can find an element in the set which is less than t. For example, t for this set S, you can have t over t plus 1. That's part of the set and is less than t, so t cannot be a low bound. So then 1/2 must be the infimum. For the supermum, what we want to find is you claim that 1 is the supermum. Then you say, imagine there's a real number t less than 1. You can find an element S which is greater than t, but also less than 1, so t cannot be a low bound. The way you do that is using Archimedean principle. So we have t, I'll just write it out. So we have t, or let's say 0 is less than 1 minus t. And what we want is an element of the set. Want n plus 1 to be greater than t. And how do we attain that from this? So use arc principle. We also know that knowing, I don't know how I'm going to find this in an exam, but it's okay, we do. Knowing that n is also equal to this is right. This is equal to 1 minus 1 over n plus 1, which is obviously less than 1. So then you can so what we want is this here. So then you'd move that to the other side. Move this to the other side. Take away 1, add t. So 1 minus t is a real number which has to be less than some natural number, which implies 1 over n plus 1 is actually say some real number 1 minus over t, 1 plus 1, n plus 1, 1 minus t, by arc principle. I'll leave leave that there. Okay, my pen is bugged. But, okay, that decently makes sense. You just gotta try and, if you know what to do, then you just have to try and manipulate equations to get what you want. Which is pretty hard. Let's see if we get more practice with number 5. I guess you just have to get used to it. Prove that 2 is a Leblanc pair.
Drugs stay in your system longer than you think, so you could fail a police drug test days later.
Drug test positive.
and have a criminal record for years.
Come with me, please, sir.
Would breaking it to your family break them? Would your usually so understanding boss be quite so understanding?
So sorry. I'm gonna have to let you go.
Could you ever really put being behind bars behind you? When you let drugs drive, you lose control of your life. Think. Don't put drugs in the driving seat.
Being Evil Queen has never been so fun.
And I am willing to do anything.
That is very tough. Wow. Hopefully, don't give a question like that for us. That is very tough and very different. Let me think.
Only 2 days to go until the big day, but you're busy endlessly scrolling for the gift your brother wants that no store seems to have. There's no such thing as the perfect Christmas, but there are perfect moments. This year, make the most of moments that matter with Coca-Cola, whether you're trying to track down the perfect gift or popping out for festive sandwiches with your colleagues at lunch. Refresh your holiday spirit with Coca-Cola, the perfect drink for sharing in the moment. Coca-Cola, holidays are coming.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's
I'm gonna go get a snack. Steady progress, steady progress. It's gonna make my hands all sticky, but oh well.
This is all anonymous, yeah?
You can say anything.
I thought joining the IRA was the noblest thing a person could do.
Based on a true story.
I would die for United Ireland.
And I think people should know there's a price to be paid. Our silence.
Say Nothing on Channel 4. Stream now.
Do you belong here? Troubleshooting an engine in a military workshop? What's your gut saying? Want to turn the volume down? Or stay here and get paid to learn a trade with an army apprenticeship that'll set you right for life. Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search army jobs.
Take a mini break. Just reading some Discord chats. Joined the maths Discord server. I just had a look at what's going on. Some people are talking about real analysis and continuity, so I just had a look at some of my work. Alright, so we want to prove L squared equals 2 exists, so for contradiction. First, you want to say that the Superman Maxi exists because its S is a non-identity and is bounded above, because you have lemmas over and 4. We want to show that L squared equals 2 from set S x squared minus less than 2 and x is greater than equal to 0. So case L squared is less than 2 and L is is Superman. We want to find a contradiction here where something. Looks like it does first case first as greater than 2. Let's just follow. This case shows this. Yeah.
The songs you loved most this year have been all wrapped up. Click or tap the banner to check.
Drugs stay in your system longer than you think, so you could fail a police drug test days later
Drug test positive.
and have a criminal record for years.
Come with me, please, sir.
Would breaking it to your family break them? Would your usually so understanding boss be quite so understanding?
So sorry. I'm gonna have to let you go.
Could you ever really put being behind bars behind you? When you let drugs drive, you lose control of your life. Think, don't put drugs in the driving seat.
Do you know what you want for Christmas? A cute toy.
No, I just want my family back. That's what I want for Christmas. We'll see.
Oh.
Found the perfect gift.
Hello. So, you may be wondering. Troy, you will be playing the game. I love too. 5 minutes, doom scroll. Oh, the stream is back. For some reason, YouTube interrupted my stream because I was streaming copyright music, so I guess we'll do the rest of it. No music, if that's alright. I'm a bit stuck on this step, so I'll just be dating silently. Good thing I didn't end the stream though. I'll just say I'll go until like 8 o'clock, so we'll see how much I get done. To understand this. Show that, which is primary growth, proof step. Oh, I think I get it now. Oh, okay, I think I get it now. So we, um, well, that's squared. Oh, I see. So, okay. So we always want, ignore that. Want this to be true. That's the whole point. So, but we also want to simplify this algebra. So, if delta squared is less than or equal to L over 2 delta. Which is less than L delta. That simplifies the algebra. That is greater than. Okay, I finally understand that 3L delta now. That's great. So, yeah, we set it to that. And then we just divide that by 2 as well, so just to be sure. You could always just take it out though. So they do it by 6, I think. Yeah, 6L. You get is less than 2 minus L squared minus 3L delta. Then I believe they apply this one now. So then that becomes L minus 3L 2 minus L squared 6L equals 2 minus L squared minus 2 minus. Oh, okay, I get it now. That makes sense. Oh my days. Does it? Does it really? Oh yeah, that does. Okay. So you get 2 minus L squared minus, so you add this now. This is weird, isn't it? So you get 2 minus L squared over 2 equals 2 minus L squared over 2. L squared is less than 2, so we know that's greater than 0, which implies 2 is greater than L plus delta squared. So L plus delta is an S, but L plus delta is greater than L and L equals sub S. Contradiction. So L squared is not greater than S. So this implies L squared is equal to 2. So yes, we know sub S exists. Claim it's so you just claim it's 2, L squared equals 2, and then you just say by contradiction you show that it cannot be greater than 2, cannot be less than 2, so it has to be 2 because it exists. Okay. This whole lecture was just this proof, which is fine because I guess we've got to remember this one. I'm going to write it up again on my whiteboard in the back. We can simply show for any natural number there exists a real number y, such that any, is this like Archimedes? They exist unique such that, oh no, I, such that x to the power of q, so a real number to the power of a natural number equals a real number. Real to the power of natural equals a real. For any y that exists, for any and any q, we refer to the unique positive real number x as y to the 1 over q. P is the natural number of q. Y is p. We just do that by doing the contradiction trick, I guess. Okay, I'm not going to write that down. I'm just going to try to remember that proof, so in case something like this does show up, I'll be reminded of the proof. And here we have the rationals and irrationals. My worst enemy, I guess. Whenever there's proofs involving rationals and irrationals, I always just brain explode, you know. I remember when we first did that L squared equals 2 proof, and I didn't understand it at all. I still don't really understand it fully. Like, I wouldn't be able to active recall it, I think, or fully, but I understand it more as I go through it. I really want my music back. I think Masakatsu, I think I can do his music without copyright claims, because it was fine until it was playing random songs from different artists. Let me check it out, hold on. Oh, but how come I could use it for the majority of the stream? Marginalia. Alright, I'm gonna message Masakatsu to ask. I used to play music just normally on stream. And then I never stopped the stream. Okay, I'm gonna try playing Masakatsu again and see what happens. If it just doesn't divert to other music, then it should be fine. Let's go to this album. Damn, he did Boy and the Beast? What the flip? I completely forgot about that. That's crazy. Wow. Love that. Okay, his music does sound like would be fitting for that. Okay, that's one of my favorite albums of his. Maybe that will be fine. Actually, that has vocals. I want to find one without vocals because sometimes vocals can mess me up. Let's go to his very old stuff. Those are his marginales. There it is. Please, Masakatsu, don't hurt me. I just want to listen to your music and study and stream. This is the very first one. Okay, shall we? Okay, hopefully I'm gonna take this one slowly. I'm just gonna read, okay? Do you have any chatters in there? Put some thumbs up. Hi Manny. Bro, what is this? I don't even understand this. Why are you even streaming this? Well, it's a it's a study stream, and I've been struggling with procrastination these past few days, and I feel like I had this cool idea. If I stream it, I feel like I'm being watched, and I'll be less likely to go on my phone and stuff and doom scroll. Loads of people do study streams, it's not just me, but I feel like I've done it in the past. Like, I had this old account on Instagram where there was literally no people following it, but I would just stream my studying, and it actually helped me be more consistent. I have an exam coming up in January, so I've gotta get to work. And it's okay if you don't understand it, because this is, I don't believe you're in university yet. This is university maths, mathematical analysis. It's very hard. I'm struggling a lot. This is probably one of the hardest modules I've ever done. Just because I don't understand much of the intuition behind it. But yeah, that's my life. Maths. I'm actually a physicist, but with physics comes with a lot of maths. And there goes my stream. Okay. Hello. Following it, but I would just stream my study. I have exam coming up. I've got to. It's okay if you don't understand it. That's sad. Alright, YouTube, I get it. No music. Sorry, mate. Rational and irrational is an interleaved. I'm certain that there exists one. That's a number. That is R. The reals without. So the irrational is non-empty. In fact, there are infinitely such numbers. Indeed, alpha is irrational, and p for q is rational. Then alpha p for q and alpha p plus q is also rational. Indeed, if not, then we would have alpha p over q equals p dash over q dash. That is alpha equals p dash q minus over q dash q dash. It's rational. Alpha real alpha rationals mentally will first show that every real number has a unique maximal integer n, such that n is less than or equal to x. Gotcha. So this is the density function I said. For every x in the reals, there exists a unique n such that n. So every real number is sandwiched between two naturals. Proof. I believe you do this by contradiction. I know. Non-empty. So this is an integer such that L of the integers O is greater than minus x, and such that for x oh, stream has returned. Yeah, YouTube won't have it, so I guess no music, guys. So I'm doing, I think, the density property of numbers. So I'm just reading it before actually writing stuff down. So there exists a real number x, which is sandwiched between two integers. Proof. Let k be some integer such that k is less than x. And this is non-empty because if you apply Archimedean principle, you can find a sum L such that L is greater than minus L. What is x? So x is a real number. You can find an integer greater than that. It's minus x because I don't know. Oh yeah, if you just reverse that, so minus L is less than x. You can find some what was it? So this is a natural number greater than a real number, right? You always have a natural number greater than a real number, and then you can reverse that to have minus L is less than x. So this must be non-empty because minus L is an integer. And this is bounded above by x. That makes sense. Thing is, x is part of the set, so could you just say x is the superon? Thus let R be a superroom of S, noting on mark 1.9 we may find some n. So n and S such that R minus, I don't know where this 1/2 came from, R minus 1/2. So n would be an integer. R minus 1/2. Okay, R minus 1/2 is less than n. It's less than R. So n is some integer. R is some number, some real number. And because R is a superroom, okay, so R minus some epsilon, let's say epsilon is 1/2. Since n is less than x, then note that n is less than x, since n is an S. However, since n plus 1 is greater than plus 1/2 is greater than R, right, and R equals super S, you see that n plus 1 is not an S, so n plus 1 is greater than x. N must be unique. Indeed, suppose n less than m, and m is also part of z, the integers, satisfies n is less than or equal to x. So there is some element. No. Okay, so n plus 1. Yeah, because n plus 1 is greater, yeah. And m is greater than n, we have m. Why is that? Since we must have m is greater than n plus 1. Because they're both integers, right? Okay, I get that. Which implies m is greater than n plus 1 is greater than x, m is x. If there's a contradiction here, what was our initial assumption? Um, and it's less than or equal to x. And is it so? Suppose n is less than n of the integer satisfies this and that. This contradicts that m is less than x. So is that proving the uniqueness of n? Oh, I get it. So there's only one such integer such that that is true. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. That was just a lemma though, so let's just write that out. So this is rationals. Interleaved. That's a nice word, isn't it? That line sucks. Okay. Okay. I kind of like this because it incorporates a lot of things that we've proved in the past. So let's do lemma 1.13. For every x in R, there exists a unique. Okay. So for all x in R, there exists an n Oh, that's why you had to prove uniqueness. It's unique n and n such that n is in between, what was it, x and n and n plus 1. Okay, so proof, so let set S be all the, what was it, I don't wanna look at the sheet so I can actively recall this. N there was a bunch of real oh no, it was k less than equal to x, where k is an integer. So just that k is an integer. S is non-empty by Archimedean principle. Since for all real numbers there exists, let's say, natural number, what did they use there? I know. For all real numbers x, there exists natural number, let's say integer in this case, L, such that x is less than L. This implies that minus L is less than x. Oh no, sorry. L is greater than minus x. So then minus L is less than x. This is real. This is and that is an integer, which so minus L is an S. S is bounded above by x, so it exists. What did they use? R, such that R equals the supermem. Okay, so if R is the supermem, then this implies R minus, let's say, epsilon is less than some element, well, let's say x, and am I doing this right? And R set epsilon equals 1/2, so R minus 1/2 x is in between R minus 1/2 and R. What's next? It doesn't necessarily have to be x, where n is just some element in S, right? We know n plus 1 is greater than n plus 1/2 is greater than R, which means n plus 1 and less than equal to R, which is less than
n plus 1. What is it? N is unique, since suppose there exists m which are integers such that n is less than m, and they're both in S? No. Satisfies or n plus 1 and m n plus 1. This implies that m is greater than equal to n plus 1 because they're both integers, right? So then you run a contradiction here, so which implies r is less than n plus 1, which is less than equal to m. So this means that m is greater than x, so you have a contradiction because it's no longer a part of the set. Let's just do this. So contradiction. Okay, we'll leave it at that. We just remember this property here, but that should be fine. 50 more minutes. Can we make it to the end? I don't know, because we still have triangle quantum equality. Although I think this last part is non-examinable. I don't know if I'll be able to get practice questions in today, but we shall see. Okay, we have the floor function. Who doesn't love a floor function? I don't love a floor function. Definition 1.14. For every floor x and r, let floor of x equals n. So satisfying where n is a unique so we have x n then n plus 1, right? So x, the floor of x is such that floor of x equals n. N is a unique integer satisfying that. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Okay, this one looks like it's going to be tough. A less than b is real numbers, then exists a y, which is a rational, and z, which is an irrational, such that y and z are in the interval of a and b. Oh, that seems fine. So in any interval we can find a rational and irrational. Okay, let's see the proof. We will first show that it suffices to show there exists an irrational number y, a and b for every a and b. Indeed, if we have this result, then we know there exists a rational number a over 2 to the power of 1 half, b over 2 x. Okay, that's just not rational. I think that's a typo. There exists a rational number of y dash unknown number between a over 2 and b over 2 to the power of 1 half. That is a. Oh, I see. such that y is rational, so z is that. Okay, we'll now show that Archimedean principle, yes. Y is a rational such that y is in the set of A and B. Let x equal the distance between A and B. Since x is greater than 0, Archimedean implies that there's a natural number n such that n is greater than 10 over x, which is a real number. That is, nb minus na is greater than 10. It suffices to prove that exists some m which is an integer, such that m is in n8 and b. Right. Indeed, given such an m, we may set y equals m over n, and note that y is to a and b. In order to prove our claim, we set m equals the floor of na plus 1. By definition, we have oh my goodness, this just keeps going. And m is an integer, and m is greater than na. Yeah. Or we claim that m is less than nb. If not, then we have m is greater than nb. What? Is greater than na plus 10. That is, na is greater than na plus 9. By definition, we have floor of na is less than na, giving us the desired contradiction. This lemma effect tells us that rationals are dense in R. As any given real number, we can find some rational number arbitrarily close to x. So, there's some such that y. Okay, proof. Apply lemma 1.15, which is this. Okay. So this is about the density. Okay, so I'll write the corollary first, and then I'll write the lemma. I did not understand like half of this, but I'll just keep reading it until I do. I think writing it out will actually help this time. So corollary. I can always corollary 1.16. I'm so hungry. Let x be a real number and epsilon be greater than 0. There exists some rational number such that y is within the interval x minus epsilon, x plus epsilon. So we have, given any real, there is a rational let me see. Why does it bring up irrationals here? First, show that there exists a rational number a to b for every a less than b. Indeed, we have this result when we. Then we know that there exists a rational number y. That is this. Since y dash is a rational, we may set a note that so you just want to find some random rational number between some random interval, and then you can say you have a real number in the form of an irrational. In that interval as well. or this is saying if there exists some rational arbitrarily close to a real number, then there also exists an irrational. Maybe. Let's just check. Professional. Okay, okay. So, to prove this density property, you find y, blah blah blah, show that y is a rational from A to B. Since x is greater than 0, Archimedean principles states like some natural number such that n is greater than 10 over x, right? So then x is a plus b, so nb minus na is greater than 10. Okay, it suffices to prove that there's some m from nb to na such indeed if there's an m in there, why? So if you have some range between a and b, then you also have some smaller range between that. Okay. And within that smaller range, you have a natural number m. I mean an integer m. So if you have an integer m in some smaller range, you have a range, yes. And then you can also have a smaller range because of Archimedean principle. And because if you find an integer within that smaller range, what happens? Given such an integer, we may set y equals to m over n. So m, if you want that in the range, then you have 4 of na plus 1. So m is greater than na. We claim that n is less than nb, if not m is greater than nb, greater than na plus 10. That is floor of na floor of na plus 9. Floor of na is less than or equal to na. How's this a contradiction? The floor of na is less than na. Oh, hi. By the way, did I ever tell you that I'm dyslexic, so I don't know what this is? You never told me you're dyslexic. I have no experience of what being dyslexic is, so is it like, maybe if you like hone in on a sentence, could you read it? I mean, it's taken me many times to read this and understand this, and I don't have dyslexia. What do you study anyway? Do you do maths as well, or are you like humanities, or you just kind of do anything? English, science. Yeah. How's that a contradiction? The floor of Na. So then there exists. I don't understand this. This lemon effect tells us. I mean, I can just believe you that there is a rational and irrational, but this proof is a bit dubious to me. I think I understand this first part, because indeed, if you have a rational, then you also would have an irrational in this range. But then this part goes on to show that y is within, like, proving that y is within the range. And to prove that y is in the range, it suffices to prove that there exists some m, which is an integer within that range, a smaller range, which doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand. Please simplify. Being dyslexic is like when you're focusing really hard and the letters or numbers just move around. Whoa. That's interesting. I mean, you know, on the 20 years I've been on this earth, I've heard about what dyslexia is like, but I never really heard it like the characters moving around. I always thought it was like, it's just blurry. Like it's kind of just like a mist of like lines for you guys. But that sounds pretty rough. Hope you're dealing fine with that. Is it like, what levels of dyslexia are there? So this levels of dyslexia. Because I'm sure there's different like intensities of it. Is yours like really bad? Are you like diagnosed? If you don't mind me asking. Sometimes I feel like I have dyslexia, but given that definition you just gave, I guess I don't. That's because whenever I read something, I always read the same line over and over again. But I think that's just normal. It's nearly 8. Oh my days. I need to... Let me state that between any two distinct real numbers, you can always find a rational number. So, and an irrational that adds density. Zoom in on the interval a and b until it's wide enough to guarantee at least one integer falls within an adjusted version of the interval. Okay, I was right about zooming in. Oh, I wouldn't say my dyslexia is bad, it's just annoying. Also, why are you using AI? Just use your just use your brain. Look, in secondary school, we call high school secondary school here, and college, which is like year 12 and year 13, I didn't touch AI. And during those times I was doing string theory, you know, dark matter, quantum mechanics. I was doing just fine without AI. But I enter uni, and there's just some modules where AI is actually really useful. If I'm reading something, because everything is based off lecture notes, and lecture notes are written by lecturers, the lecturer of that module. And sometimes their way of wording things are just so over-convoluted and over-complicated. And their way of thinking is just completely different. So in these cases, you would use AI to just reword things for you, like the concept and the lemons that he's trying to prove. Sometimes just having a different wording of it does just really help, because if you pursue maths in university, it's all about, you know, maths almost has its own linguistics and literature and syntax, you know. So you have to really precise on your notation. And sometimes the lecturer's notation just doesn't hit with me. So getting just a different way of explaining things helps. But I hear you. Don't use AI. Just use your brain. Like, I'm not that smart. I'm not smart enough for that. I'm sorry. I say as I literally had to retake my math class 5 times in high school. Yeah. I mean, I take maths not because I'm good at it, but it's just because it's the only thing I think I'm able to make a living out of. I mean, well, it's the subject I'm best at compared to every other subject, but I'm still not good at maths, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, compared to my expectations at least. Uh, let's see what this AI says anyway. Um, you're in the US, you're in the US, so like, I know you guys have, I think you guys just call university college there. So are you like in college or something? Or you're not, or you're just working, you don't go to school anymore? By the way, while you're streaming, I'm just skipping my semester. I'm at a park. Bro, this is crazy. I have someone from the other side of the world skipping their semesters to watch my streams. I mean, I'm not saying like you're there to watch my stream, but it's just that's funny. What? Wait, so you, as in semester, you're skipping like a whole lecture? Or like you're skipping like a whole set of lectures? It's just for one semester. Okay, fair enough. I mean, yeah, I mean, what are you doing anyway? Like, what subject? That semester has the meanest teacher ever. Damn, this sucks. Yeah, some of these teachers are just mad. Like they're just angry for no reason. They just like just take it out on the students. I got pretty blessed because my professors are like pretty chill. The only issue I have with them is that some of them are like super old and they talk so slowly, and it's so easy to fall asleep. Like we're doing in physics, we were doing special relativity, and it's like the dude was speaking in 0.5 times speed. It was a snooze fest. Not only that, the content was hard to understand. So I was like, what do I do in this situation? Zoom in. It shows that you can find such that it is greater than this. This makes a zoomed in interval. Okay, wider than 1 unit. So then, okay. So that's such a weird way to use Archimedean principle. Use it to find an interval which is zoomed in version of an original interval. Finding, yeah. What do you do though? Like I keep asking, but you haven't answered that question. I'm so curious. I like asking people what they study. Do you study Uma Musume as a subject? So find an integer n because the interval is wider than 1. Oh wait, is this a bigger interval? Oh, I had to run a little since my brother, who's in my same university with the same semesters, was also skipping too, but he would snitch if he saw me here, so I didn't hear any questions you were saying. Right, that's hilarious. Oh, that's funny. That's crazy. Your sibling goes to the same university as well. I have a sister, but she dropped out. She's not going to uni. So whenever I go off to uni, I'm just on my own. It's so nice, the freedom and all of that. I mean, yeah, I mean, if he's skipping too, then if he snitches, you can snitch back, and then your parents can just be mad at both of you, you know, just or you can reach a middle ground where you just agreed not to snitch on each other, you know, a ceasefire. And the question I asked was what subject to doing because I just like asking what people do. Like, I'm just very curious. Freedom? Oh my days. I just hear the eagles. I haven't been to America. You know, if I ever go, like, where would you recommend I would go for the first time? I don't know much about it. I think I remember you telling me what state you're from, but I can't remember. Okay. 1 inch of force. This principle ensures that you can always find a large number in such that. Oh, so this is bigger. How's that zoomed in then? If it's bigger. This makes zoomed in interval NA to NB wider than 1 unit. Because interval A is wider than 1, it must contain at least one integer m. Wider than 1. Oh, okay, that makes sense. This proof uses specific construction for m. M equals the floor of NA plus 1. So, yeah, that makes sense. To mathematically guarantee this. Oh, okay, I get that. Rational is defined as m over n. Because m is between n8 and b divided by n gives. So, it's for, oh, okay. So this takes small interval. The rational number z is defined as this. Okay, you see what I mean? Like using AI, like it just makes a lot more sense. What do you mean you forgot what the semester is? Because you always skip. You don't even remember the name. Oh my days. Pan up, you know. Got exam. You might have exams coming up. What are you gonna do about those? Do you just like cram before? Oh no, in the university I go to, it's still really intense. Like you can't really skip much, or else you're kind of doomed, and then you're gonna fail everything. I think in America you have these things called Ivy League universities. So in the UK we have an equivalent called Russell Group universities. So I go to a Russell Group, which would be like an Ivy League in America. So like the workload is kind of crazy. My life is literally just study, go to the gym, and game. Oh yes, Florida. You mentioned that. My university is the University of Florida. It's kind of easy to skip. I'm looking this up. That sounds like a pretty good uni, because it's for a whole state. University of Warwick, is it good? Florida. Let's give you some, you know, some PTSD. Yo, your uni looks nice. What the heck? Hey yo. What? Is this like a prestigious uni? Also, while skipping, I just A ranked and 4-star Gold City, the new costume. I respect the hustle. I respect the hustle. That's really impressive. I've only got 2 A stars right now, but that's pretty good. Level 5, Gold City Alt. Hell yeah. Yeah, these things are important too, so I understand why you're skipping. I'm just having a look at your score right now. Florida. Pretty cool, man. I mean, this is my uni. Your uni looks a lot better than mine. Mine just looks like a hospital, bro. Nothing crazy. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like a lot of unis in America look like a lot more. A lot of them look more historical than I think. I don't know. I was also your university. Yeah. I mean, I like the look of old looking universities like these. So in my opinion, like this looks better, like with more nature and stuff. But my uni is like super new. Like it's a baby. It's only 60 years old. So all of the facilities are just like newly built and stuff. Another uni I was gonna go to is Oxford, and that's known as being one of the most oldest unis in the world. But I decided to go to Warwick. Yeah. It's nice here. This is if you're into Harry Potter, this is where they shot Harry Potter. But I didn't go there. Alright. Back to work. So let's do this proof. Oxford looks like Hogwarts. Yeah, I mean, literally, they shot. Oxford is Hogwarts. They shot Harry Potter there. Yeah, it's really nice there. I spent 6 months there for like a small summer school course. Not 6 months, 6 weeks there. And you know, it's just a lovely place to live in. So much nature, so much history and stuff like that. It's nice. I don't understand this part there. So what to show there exists a rational number y such that y is an interval of a and b for every a less than b if y is an a and b, then we have y dash in a small interval a root 2 y dash b. Going to your dorm, so AFK for a while. All good. Have a safe journey. Such where z equals square root 2 y dash, which is an irrational number. Okay. So let x equals b minus a. X is greater than 0, so by arc principle we have some natural number n. There exists some natural number n such that n is greater than x. Here it says 10 over x, so I'll write 10 over x. Which means that nb minus a is greater than 10. Okay. It's greater than 10. So is n minus n a larger interval? Why do you want to find an integer in this larger interval? Question rationalize it. Okay. Right. Wider interval. So then, if you find an m, n a to n b, and m from na to nb if you find an integer there, then you can find a rational. Oh, okay. So that m equals floor of na plus 1 to guarantee na m and b na interval to nb larger than 10, so has integers within it. To guarantee. Hello, welcome back. Wait, you're studying. I thought you were doing your assignments. Yes, I am studying. I'm not doing my assignments. You never study. I wish I could be you. I need to study or else I'm gonna fail. You see, I'm a really slow learner, so like if I attend a lecture, I don't understand things the first time, so I have to go over it many times for me to like understand things. Which means I need to dedicate a lot of time to actually studying, you know. I believe hard work beats talent, so I'm gonna try and max out my hard work and try to pass, you know. That's been my philosophy when it comes to education for a while. So yes, where was I? By definition, we have m is an integer where m is greater than na. We claim that m is less than mb. I just winged the test and there's a 40% chance I passed and I only failed 3 out of the 5 tests. Alright. I mean, yeah, you can do your freedom. You have the freedom to do what you want. So if that's good for you, then yeah, it's nice. I try to pass every test because I'm a perfectionist and I don't want to waste my education. So I mean, not saying that failing it is wasting it, but for me it just feels like if I don't study hard, I'll be wasting opportunities. And there's the Eagles. My family's jumped through hoops to get me into school, so I want to do my best for them. M equals the floor of NA plus 1. I'm also a perfectionist, but it's only when I'm designing stuff, aka my dorm. Nice. That's pretty cool. I mean, I think you might have seen my room in like my other streams. I'm back home where I originally live, so I'm not in my dorm anymore, but I put like a bunch of posters around some Uma Musume and other anime I like One Piece, Steins Gate, K-On! Yeah. Designing my room is fun. I get that. Definition we have M is greater than M. If not, then M is less than MB. MB is less than NA plus 10. No, greater than NA plus 10. What? Oh, that makes sense. Okay, I hate this proof. It's so bad. So let y irrational be such that y equals m over n, which implies that n over m b, which implies that y is b, and that's the proof. And then you can do that for the irrationals. Finally, if I sound dead, that's because I am. I've been studying for like, well, let's see, I've been studying for exactly 4 hours now. I did mention in the beginning of the stream, I'm no longer in my prime. I used to study like around 10 hours a day leading up to exams, and I've been procrastinating a lot ever since I've joined uni. So 4 hours used to be nothing to me, but I feel tired right now. Maybe it's because of this subject. Real analysis is really tough. Absolute value. Oh, my beloved triangle inequality. The love of my life. Value and triangle. It is quite crazy. It was super unhealthy, a really unhealthy way to live. I didn't eat much. I didn't go outside. I didn't touch grass. I just went to college, went home, did like 5 more hours to study, and then had like bread for dinner, sleep. I repeat that like 6 days a week. Yeah, you got the. That's like the motivation anime characters have. I don't have much of that, unfortunately, anymore. But I'll try to get back to that to a healthy extent. I'll try not to go above 5 hours nowadays. Yeah. That's why I really envy people who like they don't study but like they do well in their test. Like I remember in college there was this guy who crammed like just the night before and he always got more than me. What job am I planning to do? I want to go into theoretical physics, like research, like quantum mechanics and supercomputers, stuff like that. So I do know how to code a little bit, but my main thing is you know, theoretical physics. That's what I want to do. But the money in the UK isn't great for those jobs. So it's either I move to like America or like somewhere else in Europe to do that. And if I don't do that, then I'll just go into finance because that's safer. But I don't really enjoy finance, to be honest. I don't know if you heard of it, quantitative finance. It's like oversaturated and really competitive, so I'm not too sure about that either. So I might just become, I don't know, Stephen Hawking or something. I don't know. That's the dream. It would be perfect if it pays a lot, but it doesn't. Because as equally as I want to do something that I enjoy, I want to be rich as well. And it's hard to actually balance those. I'm planning to be an archaeologist, not a paleontologist. They're both about dinos, but very different. That's actually sick. What the heck? You know, I've actually thought about that too. I remember in high school, I was watching a documentary about it, and doing archaeology would have been super cool as well. But it's just because I'm really into maths as well, I didn't go in that direction. But that's awesome. So I assume you have to know a lot about like earth science, maybe atmospheric science, and I imagine that job requires a lot of traveling, and traveling is something that I really want to do too. And I want to when I'm even older. So it seems like a really nice job. What's the difference? The archaeology difference between archaeology and paleontology. Artifacts and sites. Paleontology, non-human life. Oh, I see. Ancient life, non-human. That's so cool. No joke. Oh, this is more human stuff. Artifacts. So you could say paleontology is like the more scientific version of archaeology. Yeah. Yeah, but archaeologists don't really do the math behind the fossils. That's what the paleontologists do. I learned something today. I did not know that. I did not know that at all. What's your reasoning behind wanting to do archaeology? It's a pretty ambitious field, I'd say. Really interesting. I'm just gonna read this while I wait. Define X max. I like dinos. I can name 79 of them right now. I won't force you, but you're free to do so. That's great. Yeah, dinos are cool. I don't know much. I don't know about them. Like I don't know much about dinosaurs though. Also, if I find a new fossil of a dino, I can name it. What are you gonna name it? Manny Cafeuma or something? Name it after an Uma. That'd be cool. Yeah, same with physicists. Like in physics, what they do is when we discover a theory or like discover a particle, whoever discovers it names it after them. So like there's a particle called Higgs boson, and it was discovered by someone called, I think, Peter Higgs. And you know, that name is cemented in history now because he discovered it. So it's quite similar. I don't want to do those silly proofs. Oh, those look so silly. XY equals 0 and XY similar Y 0, X, right, X and Y is not equal to 0, X is greater than Y, so X is greater than 0, Y is less than 0, X, Y is less than 0, and so modulus of XY equals minus XY equals X minus Y equals modulus of XY. Similar analysis holds when blah blah blah. Okay. What was 4? If y is not equal to 0, then we 1 get x, y, equals x and y. Okay, absolute measure distance, for instance, look that. Okay, indeed, modulus of r and x is greater than 0, x is less than r, while if modulus of x is less than r and x is less than 0, minus x. This x minus a is less than epsilon. Okay, that makes sense. You actually named a few. This guy's crazy. Brachiosaurus, wow. Parasaurolosaurus, Spinosaurus, Irritator. What the? Don't know what that is. Gallimimus or something. Diplodocus, I know that one. Sinoceratops, Pterodon. Wait, no, that's a reptile. Patasaurus, Tyrannosaurus, I know that one. Gigantosaurus. Gigantosaurus. I'll do more, but I mean, that's really cool. Do you know who the most smart dinosaur is? The smartest dinosaur? Because I know what dinosaur that is. It's the Saurus. You've probably heard that about 100 times. But I learned that pun back in what? Kindergarten. You're welcome. Okay, triangle inequality. I doubt we need to prove this in the exam. Reverse triangle quantity. Hello. Okay, a lot of this is skippable content. That's lovely. Which brings me to reverse triangle quantity, and then I can end my study session here and actually go to the gym. By the way, Do you have like an Instagram or something, or like other socials? The way you say the none of those names make me cringe. Hey, hey, I'm not an archaeologist like you. Okay, okay. Right, I'll try again. I'll try again. Brachiosaurus? No, I'm kidding. Brachiosaurus. Parasuel. Maybe I'll give up. Hold on. Parasuerolos. What? Oh no. I think there's a type of Parasaurolophus. Parasaurolophus. Brachiosaurus parasaurol. Flippin' heck. Brachiosaurus. Parasaurolophus. Spinosaurus irritator. Gallimimus. Diplodocus. I feel like I can do like half of them. I don't have Instagram or TikTok. Ah, shame. Because I'm a bit curious of who you actually are. Because you've actually joined a bunch of my streams now. I mean, like you're the only person. So like, yeah. I'm a little curious to who you actually are. What else you have? So you have Discord, but you barely use it. Apparently, I have Instagram, but I don't have TikTok. Yeah. You know, good for you. You know, a lot of that is just brain rot, and you know, it's just I don't know, it eats away at you. Social media, especially, I don't like TikTok because a lot of the content there just looks dumb. Social media mostly uses Discord though, but that's for like gaming and stuff. And you know, without a doubt, YouTube, but I don't really count that as social media. It's more like just entertainment app. One else has reverse triangle quality. Proof? Yeah, I need a proof for that. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Get that. So proof. Also say this. All right, all right, all right. You ready? I'm gonna take this step by step. Micro, Packy. Whoa, that's a slur. Hold on. Let's just pretend I didn't say that. Micropachycephalosaurus. Is it Patchy or Packy? Micropachycephalosaurus. 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 How'd I do? Tried to speedrun that. Okay. So I have to prove that. So okay. B is less than or equal to A plus, yeah, equals A, B minus A. Okay. Wait, what? So that's like 2A plus 2A minus B? What? Oh no, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Am I dumb? I'm stupid. Micropachycephalosaurus. Yeah, I kind of said it like that. Micropachycephalosaurus. Micropachycephalosaurus. I can't say it fast. Like you could probably say it fast, but I can't. Where was I?
Right. Triangle quantity, reverse triangle quantity. You know, I'm just gonna write them down. So we have a plus b is equal to a modulus b, and a minus b is that greater or less than a minus b? How do you prove that? Proof. Dude, there's another dino name called. Look, I'm not gonna risk my whole career trying to say that right now. Right? I'll say it like this: Nigersaurus. That is a fantastic name, though. Whoever came up with it they know what they're doing, I guess. If you ever name a dinosaur, I bet you'd name it like something like as a joke name or something. Or like the hear me out Osaurus or something. That's what you'd call it. Reverse triangle quantity. So for this you have that. So then right. So modulus. I don't understand that one. You pronounced the dino's name right though. That's good to know. It's good to know. See, I'm not so bad. I'm not so bad at saying dinosaur names. It's a hidden talent, I guess. You know, I hate proofs for this. Right? We'll first prove 1.4, and then we gotta prove 1.5, and then note 1.3. It's just leave me alone, you know. For any simile we have, okay, combining the two is this. Yeah, that makes sense. Noting 1.3, we have what? How does that work? Okay, that's just triangle quantity, bro. Okay, that's just proving triangle quantity. A plus b modulus a minus a modulus a plus modulus b. Oh, I get it. Okay, so then. Oh, I get it. Well, I swear I have dyslexia as well. Like I was just reading it wrong. So, know that a is less than that. I'm not going to be asked to prove this in the exam. I don't know why I'm doing this.
I want to finish studying so bad. Ugh. Okay, nice. Cool beans. I have to write a 100-word essay. Crying face. You got it. All you gotta do is just list out all the dinosaur names. Just list out 100 and then you're good. No, no, I'm kidding. What is it on? What do you have to do? I would tell ChatGPT to write it for me, then put it in the rewrite app that humanizes it, then to put in AI detector, then I print it out. Then you say like 30 minutes ago, why are you using AI? Just use your brain. What the hypocrisy is going on here? That's crazy. That's like ChatGPT, rewrite app, detector. To use 3 softwares. I feel like that's more work than actually. Nah, that can't be. Alright, you do you, do whatever works, whatever floats your boat. What on the doctor's handwriting is that? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty bad, isn't it? It's so strange. Like you're doing maths and there's just no numbers. All you see are letters and sentences. It's so bad. I haven't encountered a number in so long. Right, A minus B, A minus B. Surely that's just. I don't understand that. Okay, I'm just gonna write this and then call it a day. A minus B and equal to A minus B minus A minus B, which implies modulus of modulus A, modulus of B is less than A minus B. Okay, we'll call it there. Oh my days. And I still have to do this part, but I'm just gonna do that some like tomorrow. And we actually did all of real numbers. That's crazy. I don't understand everything, but that was a lot nicer than continuity. I'm gonna call that a successful study session. I haven't. The only thing I've eaten today is some Pringles and some chocolate flakes. Yep. Yeah, not much. So I'm rather hungry. I'll probably end the stream here as well. By the way, I'll be nice and I'll let you use my Uma Musume account for a while. What? I mean, honestly, like, which one? Your global one or your JP one? Because, like, for now, I'm actually fine with my own. I believe if it's your global one, like, it's the B rank. Like, the rank B3 one you have, I think. Yeah, I'm trying to level up my own account, so I'll probably be focused on doing that for now. Global, yeah. But yeah, like, yeah, it'd be cool to try that out. So you could just send me the details on Discord if you want. I could try it out on a stream, you know, mess it up. But yeah, I really appreciate it. That's pretty cool. Thank you. Okay, I've got to get going. I might stream again later tonight, maybe in like 2 hours, because to do some gaming. But yeah, that was my study stream. Thank you, Manny, for joining me for this time. Yeah, and again, I'll probably stream later again. So, in the meanwhile, take care. I'll